Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Big Garden Birdwatch, day 2 of Big Garden Birdwatch Live.
Yeah.
Slightly sombre morning though for us, Samuel.
It's a really
Why is
sad
that?
morning.
Why is that?
It's the last day of Big Garden Birdwatch.
I know. But I have a sneaky suspicion that it's going to be a very big day for the Big Garden Birdwatch. Yesterday was a bit windy, as we all noticed. So I bet a lot of people are going to be taking part in Big Garden Birdwatch today.
Yeah.
But yeah, no need to be sombre though, because we're going to be here for the next hour, answering loads of your questions. We've got loads of guests lined up. We'll be covering that in a little bit. But first and foremost, because of all that wind yesterday, we appreciate lots of you will be doing the Big Garden Birdwatch today. So Samuel, could you just run us through those all-important rules?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a beautiful day here, so it's a prime time to do it. Basically, simple, really, really easy. You want to pick 1 hour throughout today. Any hour, it doesn't matter which one, and you just want to sit down, get yourself a cup of tea. We've got our Big Garden Birdwatch mugs here. If you've got them as well, bring your binoculars along, but it doesn't matter if you don't have them. And then you just want to sit with a pen and paper and record the birds coming into your garden. So the important thing is you're recording the max number of birds at any one time. So if, say, 3 blue tits come into your garden, you want to write down 3 blue tits. And then 10 minutes later, 4 come in, that number goes up to 4. And then, 40 minutes goes past, and then another 3 come in, you leave it at 4. So it's the max number at any one time.
We're not adding them together.
No, you're not saying, I've got 17 blue tits, because it's the max number at any one time. Once you've done that full hour, the really important thing as well is submitting those results. You don't have to do it straight away. You've got maybe a couple of weeks to be able to do that, haven't you, up until mid-Feb around?
In 20th of February, I believe.
20th of February. So make sure you do submit those all-important results, because that's what gives us the data, and we'll collate all of that and we'll know exactly kind of what everyone's been seeing in their gardens. It really is that simple, isn't it, Luke?
Yeah. Has to be birds that land in the garden too.
Birds that
That's
land
a
in
really
the
important
garden,
one, actually.
yeah.
You can't include things that fly over. So it has to be birds that touch down in your garden. Can be a tree, though, as well, or anywhere in the garden. All is fine. Now, the next hour or so is a very, very exciting one. Like I mentioned just now, we've got lots of special guests. So we're going to be joined by RSPB President and broadcaster Miranda Kristofnikov. She'll be with us very shortly from her garden, doing a Big Garden Birdwatch, hopefully.
Yeah.
We're also joined by Wildlife Kate, or Kate Mcrae, as we also know her, who's been, she's a massive friend of RSPB and a huge fan of Big Garden Birdwatch, and we've really been enjoying lots of her live cams.
Yeah, amazing live cams.
Yeah, absolutely superb. And we're also joined by, absolutely a favourite of mine, Stephen Moss.
Yeah.
He's a prolific author and TV producer. He's produced some of the some of my favourite wildlife shows that I've watched in my life.
Absolutely packed show today, isn't it? We've got loads of guests coming on.
He's a robin expert as well, and that's what we're going to be talking about.
So coming up as well, we've got loads of questions, same as yesterday. We've got the whole team behind the scenes, all of the crew in here at Big Garden Birdwatch HQ. So send in your questions. We're on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter. Use the hashtag Big Garden Birdwatch. Makes sense. Fairly easy one to remember. So make sure you're sending in all of those questions, and we'll be answering throughout this first hour, won't we? We'll be going through it. We'll get Stephen Moss to do a few as well, and we'll see what's going on.
Can't wait.
Now back to yesterday. It was a wee bit breezy. It's a lot calmer today, which is much nicer. But we were having a little bit of trouble with our cameras yesterday, weren't we? We've got a short video of just what happened with our cameras yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame because a lot of our cams they were kind of coming and going throughout the day, and huge shout out to the teams behind the scenes at those various sites trying to keep those cameras working. I mean, that was tough. But this morning we've woken up here in Sanford Brett. We're in a little village called Sanford Brett in Somerset. Brilliant place. We looked out of our windows this morning, blue skies, calm as anything, lovely frost, and that has meant that all of our live cams are hopefully back with us, and let's cut to a screen full of cameras. Look at that.
Oh, we've got all 9 on the go as well. Look at that. Oh, there's a great spotted woodpecker up on the New Forest at the moment.
Oh, yeah, that's Chris Packham's bird feeder, you know?
It is, yeah. Joined us yesterday.
He did, yeah. We spent a whole hour yesterday morning. Chris was doing his Big Garden Birdwatch, watching this very feeder, and he's been really kind and got out again this morning to set up that little camera for us. So great spotted woodpecker there. This is our RSPB Loch Garden, fantastic reserve. And already, if you've been watching on YouTube this morning, since 9 o'clock, you will have seen some pretty epic scenes here. What's been going on?
Well, we had not 1 but 2 red squirrels join us this morning, and one was actually sat right on that log. It was just almost posing for the camera, wasn't it?
Oh, it was awesome, and absolutely awesome.
That's the one where we're really hoping to get some crested tits today. Fingers crossed.
Oh, of course, yeah, the crested. Can we go back to Loch Garten just for a second? Just in case, because, yeah, you mentioned crested tit there. This is a bird that's a specialist in the Caledonian pine forest, which is what you can see in the background of that camera. It's a really, really sort of ancient woodland, Scots pines and loads of heather and bilberry on the floor. It's a really fantastic habitat and home to crested tit. But yeah, all weekend so far, no crested tits. But
and we've also got cameras from Nag's Head as well, of course, haven't we? RSPB Nag's Head.
Oh God, look at this! This is Nag's Head live. Look at that!
Stunning.
Oh.
So you can see the feathers there, the light blue and black feathers. You can sometimes find those lying around on the floor, can't you? Absolutely stunning feathers, and it's a really. I always forget that they come from the jay, but they're beautiful bird.
Member of the crow family.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people wouldn't necessarily think that because you think of crows and jackdaws, rooks, and carrion crows. They're all kind of just very dark, black sort of birds. Off goes the jay. Did you see the flash of the white rump there of the jay?
I did, yes.
Yeah. So just a jay there, but what happened? Oh, hang on. We're possibly going to. We're back at. Oh, there we go. Swapping around all over the country here. Now, this was one of the cameras that we couldn't get to yesterday because of the wind. It was a real shame, but we did get a clip of it in that little. The windy video.
Yeah, that was when the bullfinch was, clinging on for dear life onto that camera, wasn't he? He was just getting blown all over the place.
Absolutely. So this camera belongs to Wesley Fagan. We discovered Wesley on Twitter, and he'd been posting these absolutely incredible videos. And it's been a real surprise. Some of the species he's been getting there have been great. So we'll cut to that sometime later. But there was a bit of a surprise yesterday that happened. I
was going to say, wasn't there, Luke? I mean, how can we forget? So we've been waiting all week for hawfinch.
Yep.
Fabulous bird. All the test runs, hadn't had one.
Not one.
You'd heard some earlier in the week, potentially just off camera.
That's right. Yeah, I was actually there last week.
Yeah.
I was there to help try and set up that camera, and there were hawfinch around in the forest. Yeah.
So it was only a matter of time, and then we went live yesterday, and well, here's what happened. Luke got very, very excited.
The thing that caught my eye actually was the wood pigeon. And can we go to a live cam? Can we need to go to a live cam? Quick! Look at that! Oh my goodness! That is a hawfinch. That is a hawfinch, everybody. See? Do you know what? There's been weeks and weeks of work gone into this live cam because this is an incredibly ambitious place. There's virtually no signal. It's in the middle of a forest, and this is a very rare and secretive bird that normally, even bird watchers all over the country would, really spend a lot of time trying to see a hawfinch. And we've got one right in front of us, live. This genuinely is live. This is the first time we've properly seen a hawfinch down on this feeding site. I was watching this in the background whilst we were hearing about the top 10 from last year. And there was no word of a lie. There was about 80 to 100 brambling there. And I had my face almost right in the screen, looking through each one, just dreaming of a hawfinch turning up. And then all of a sudden, look at that.
I mean, it's a stunning bird, isn't it? So every right to be as excited as we were, because that was, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said they are so shy, they're so elusive, and to get one just sitting there, and it sat there for ages, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Because we were all I was in the camera room in the morning as well, and everyone just kind of lost it, and we were going, let's go to Nag's Head. So we got really, really, really excited. Fabulous bird.
Well, if who knows, a hawfinch might come down whilst we're live this morning, and if that does, we'll be cutting straight to it. But we've also got a bird feeder just actually at our little studio here in Sanford Brett. Here it is. Oh, it's packed.
Really busy. Look at that.
Absolutely packed with goldfinches, greenfinch.
Yeah.
Just goldfinch and greenfinch. Now there was, well, we mentioned when I was getting very excited about hawfinch, I mentioned brambling, and brambling is one of the birds that's been turning up on quite a lot of our cameras. But it wasn't really a bird we were expecting to see here in Sanford Brett. And you've never actually seen one, have you?
No, I haven't. And so I've never seen a brambling in real life. We've been waiting to see if one came down. And then yesterday we managed to capture this clip, didn't we? We'd stopped live, and then we were later on in the evening. And
here we go.
So you can see.
So we were off air at this point, and there it is.
Just on the left, So if today this comes in, I'm sorry, Luke, I am going to have to run off and go and have a look, because that's our tent in the top right of the screen there. So that's it goes off for a little bit. And then, beautiful close-up shot.
So that's
there.
a male brambling, by the way.
So how can you tell between the male and the female of
so
these?
the females are a little bit drabber, but you can see the head is kind of getting quite black. There's a lot of black in there, and the vivid orange, that tells you it's a male. So just a bit brighter. But, white rump there. So a white rump of a earlier on. We've now seen a white rump of a brambling. Doing well for white rumps.
And so the bramblings as well, they're up around Scandinavia and northern Russia, aren't they, in the summertime? And then it's now in the winter they come down through this way, which is why we get them. We won't get them here in summer. No.
They head off, and in summer they look fantastic too. If anybody later on after we're off live, have a Google of a male brambling in summer. They go gorgeous and black, really jet black. And but yeah, normally a rare bird. So really lucky. And if you're seeing them at home, do send us a comment. We're live on Facebook and YouTube, so do chat. There we go. Wesley Fagan has come good. Look at that. There's a red poll. So this is an interesting little bird actually. It's a species we've not managed to capture yet on our live cams. This is a new species for the weekend.
New species. We were trying to count up earlier, weren't we? How many species we've seen? We think we got to about 27.
Yeah, I reckon
that's 28. 28 with that.
28, yeah, there we go. And this is a lesser redpoll. This is me just being a real bird nerd here.
Real bird,
But lesser, there's various species of redpoll, and quite frankly, all look very similar. But that's a lesser redpoll. There's another lesser redpoll, enjoying a sunflower heart. That is absolutely wonderful. So there we go. Two.
I was going to say, hang on.
This is so good. I'm so glad that we could go back here today, because Wesley was... quite rightly really frustrated yesterday, because we've been working with him for the last week or so to set these up, and we weren't able to use them. I think at one point the camera just blew across the garden. It just disappeared. And we just couldn't use it, but what a pleasure. Look at that. They're really sweet. They're really small birds actually. If you put something like a greenfinch or a chaffinch next to them, they're really diddy, really tiny. Wow. Very fine little beaks. That is absolutely
amazing,
wonderful.
Isn't it? And it's really nice. I was saying this yesterday as well. Nice little setup there with his garden, but then the amount of species he gets in there is just amazing.
Yeah, I want to jump on that trampoline though. Did you see the trampoline in the back?
I did.
Have a go on that.
Yeah.
Now, it's a bit of a myth actually. The name of the whole weekend is the Big Garden Birdwatch, and that kind of does imply that you need a garden to take part, but that is actually not the case. So Stephen McGee from our Scotland team made this little video to explain all.
Hi, I'm Stephen from the RSPB Scotland Communications team, and this is a bit of disused railway line near my house in Edinburgh. And I'm here to show you that you do not need a garden to take part in Big Garden Birdwatch. I'm going to take about an hour, which is how long you have for the Big Garden Birdwatch. Have a little potter around here with this guy. And see what I see. So I thought I'd come here because although it's basically around the back of my house, I don't come here very much. But it is the kind of urban green space that if you don't have access to a garden, you could definitely use to do the Big Garden Birdwatch. So I'm keen to find out what's here. Right, well that's my hour up. To be honest, maybe a little bit more than an hour. I wasn't cheating, I was just enjoying myself and forgot. And I'm pretty pleased, really. as we experiment with what I could get here. So things I definitely saw, blue tit, great tit, loads and loads of noisy house sparrows. Wood pigeon, feral pigeon, carrion crow, magpie, blackbird. Things I saw, and you'll just have to trust me on because I didn't manage to get a picture of them, include long-tailed tit and robin. And actually my highlight, I think, was bullfinches. It's just a beautiful bird to see, like literally just round the back of your house in a random place. So all goes to prove that you do not need a garden to have a productive big garden birdwatch.
Fantastic. Thanks to Stephen there. And we might, well, I was a bit distracted there actually. I was listening to Stephen and watching his fantastic little video because it's a really valid point that, yeah, you don't really need a garden to take part. But something was happening with our live cams. Look at this. This is live from Nag's Head in Gloucestershire in the Forest of Dean. And I've got a book here. And basically it's full of collective nouns. And I was looking earlier on, and there isn't actually one specifically for brambling. So that what would you describe going on there? A bonanza of brambling?
Bonanza about maybe. I can tell you what. Everyone at home, if you pop in the comments what you think a group of bramblings should be called, because I mean, we had one and that was pretty special. But
Yeah.
I mean, Nag's Head, they have so many.
There must be 50 there.
50
plus.
Like that.
There we go. Keep
Yeah, so
going
let
back
us
to
know
it.
what
Can't
you think
resist,
at home
can't resist.
because we'll coin a new term for a group of bramblings.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. So my book, this is my little book, by the way, of my collective nouns. It says a trembling of finches. A trembling of finches.
Okay. We'll keep coming back to that, I think.
Yeah. We'll let us know in the comments. Like you say, we'll find out later. Yeah, so Stephen was telling us about the Big Garden Birdwatch, doing it in his down the local railway line. But somebody who is in a garden right now, doing the Big Garden Birdwatch, hopefully, is Miranda Kristofnikoff. Are you there? Oh,
Good
fantastic.
morning.
And a guest. Extra guest.
Lovely to see you, Luke. This is my son, Oliver.
Hi, Oliver. Good to meet you.
Good to
How's
meet you.
it
We
going?
have the best day here. Oh my goodness me! I've just been out to walk the dogs, and what a contrast from yesterday, which was wet and windy and dreary and horrible. And it's just we've got bright sunshine. It's really still, and we're surrounded by birdsong. And we're actually outside because normally we do our Big Garden Birdwatch from inside. But we're outside at the moment, and it's stunning day.
No, I don't think you are actually that far from where we are. We're in Somerset here. You're not that far away, Miranda, are you?
We're not. We're just outside Bristol.
Oh, there we go.
So,
Yeah.
We'll wave to you.
Yeah, we're sharing the gorgeous weather. It's absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, we'll kind of hopefully you can start your Big Garden Birdwatch shortly, and we'll check in later on with you, see how you're both getting on. Be great to hear.
Yeah,
But
well,
before you do get started,
we've literally been out here for about 10 minutes, just spotting and listening. We can hear a bit more than we can see at the moment because we are outside and we're quite close to the feeders, so we're sort of listening intently. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of activity this morning.
nice. So it's a bit of a running joke with Big Garden Birdwatch there. We see it we hear it a lot in our comments actually. People keep saying it's like, all the birds seem to disappear during my Big Garden Birdwatch. It becomes a bit of a running joke. So what are you hoping turns up in your hour then?
Right, what are we hoping to see?
So hopefully we get sometimes woodpeckers on the lawn. So green woodpeckers usually. And I really want to see some of them.
Yeah, and I've heard we've got a great spotted woodpecker that's just started drumming in the woods behind us the last couple of weeks, and he comes down to the peanut feeder quite a lot, so we might see him. And then we've got a really unusual blackbird, although well I thought it was unusual, and now the more I read about it, the more I realise that they're actually quite common. We've got a blackbird with a white head, a leucistic blackbird. And he occupies a little space just behind one of the bird feeders. That's his territory in the garden. So, but he often turns up later in the day, so we might not see him this morning. So that's what we're hoping for. I have heard the buzzards. Buzzards flown over as well. So yeah, we've got a good variety lined up, I think, for the next hour.
Yeah, loads going on. Fingers crossed that the leucistic blackbird comes in. That'd be really
It's a
cool,
cracker.
actually, wouldn't it? So what's your setup like, Miranda, in your garden? Is it kind of bird feeders all over the place? Have you got like a little zone for them? What's going on?
Well, we've got two main bird feeders, poles, which have about four bird feeders on each of them. And we've got a range from sunflower seeds to peanuts to, we've got some fat balls on this one, which quite a lot of the birds like.
The long-tailed tits really like the fat balls. So
Yeah.
we've got them all concentrated in one area, basically. So when I'm doing the washing up, I can look out the window and see birds. It's the only way that anybody will get me to do any washing up in the kitchen. So they're all focused in one sort of area. The rest of the garden is quite open and wild. So we're concentrating, we're looking at the other windows of the house, we're looking at the trees and the shrubs and the bushes and things like that, and the lawn as well for the green woodpeckers. But it's lovely, it's all easterly facing, so when we look out in the mornings to get up for breakfast, everybody's hurrying to school, we can look out of the window, see the sunrise, and there are the bird feeders right there with all the birds having their breakfast. And yeah, it's just, they're quite close to the house as well, there's plenty of shelter. I think people often ask me, my mum always asks me, why don't we get very many birds on our bird feeders? I think it's critical where you position them, and I think we just randomly got a really good spot the first time we put the feeders up, but there's lots and lots of shelter. We've got big elderflower and lots of beech hedge really close to the feeders, and you do see the birds land in the hedges, sort of take a moment, go to the feeder, take a seed, and then go back into the safety of the bushes as well. So we just got a really nice sort of setup. It's a scruffy garden that you probably see it behind. It's not very tidy. It's great for wildlife.
They're
Great
always the
for birds.
best, aren't they? Yeah, scruffy gardens are always the best for
Yeah.
wildlife. Yeah, lots of habitat, not messy gardens.
Yes,
it's a habitat.
habitat.
It's a habitat. So Oliver, what's your favourite thing about Big Garden Birdwatch then?
So my favourite thing is just normally when I birdwatch, you just stay in one place and you can just listen to them and see them. With the Big Garden Birdwatch, you're more kind of focused on the task, and it's nice to see how many you can count and actually record what you can see, which is really good to see where the birds move around.
Yeah, I think we just, for us as a family, it's a bit of a family event, and you do often just find yourself glancing out of the window a little bit and not really, you sort of notice stuff, but if you spend an hour watching intently, you see so much more. And every year, without fail, we're really surprised at what we see, because we never really spend an hour watching unless we're told to with the Big Garden Birdwatch. So it's always a joy. There's always something unexpected. And it's just something we really look forward to. So it's fun. And the kids have been doing it for years and years, and every year there's something a little bit different. So yeah,
It's a special weekend.
always
It's a really special weekend. I mean, it's a lot. It's all a big part of it is the science and the data that we all kind of gather. But I think one of the most special things about this weekend is just all of us are out, celebrating our garden birds. We're all watching, and what a fantastic thing! There'll be so many people doing their Big Garden Birdwatch right now. But are you guys clear on the rules? Samuel's an expert in the Big Garden Birdwatch rules. Aren't
I
you?
don't mean to be a fun sponge here, but I am an expert on the rules. So we won't keep you for too much longer, I don't think. But make sure that we are spending 1 hour. We are landing in the garden.
That's it.
And that they are the maximum number of birds that we see. And I think you've probably got it, haven't you? I think Oliver's probably knows
I think
what
you're
he's
both
doing,
you're
so-
both set,
Yeah.
aren't you?
And
Yeah.
it's so tempting to say that you've seen 15 blue tits.
Yeah.
And when the children were younger, I have to say, it was really difficult to just sort of, minimise the numbers that we were talking about. And in fact, but I remember one year we had a whole flock of redwing in the field behind the house. And I think we put 20 or 50 in, and then when we submitted those results, something pings up on the website saying, "Are you sure?" We're like, no, we really are sure. We haven't exaggerated.
Oh, I think if we did that with some of our live cams. Sorry, Randa. Yeah, we've watching some of these live cams this morning, and there was about 60 brambling on one of them just now before we came to
Astonishing.
both, and I think that would blow the system up. I think
Yeah.
if we put 60
Yes.
brambling in. But so it sounds like you're all set. So we best not keep you any longer because you need to get going.
get
But
going.
are we okay to check back in later and see how you've got on?
Absolutely, we'll tell you what we've seen.
Fantastic. We look forward to it. Good luck.
Speak to you in a bit. Thanks a lot.
Brilliant. See you later. That's exciting.
Yeah, that should be a good hour.
Do you know what? It occurs to me, neither of us have actually done a Big Garden Birdwatch yet.
I was thinking this yesterday.
We would
Maybe
actually
we'll
do
it.
this. Yeah, we need to sit down
Yeah.
straight after this. We'll get the binoculars. Mine are there. We'll stay put and do a Big Garden Birdwatch.
Good idea.
Yeah, exactly. Now, questions. People have been sending in their questions.
Yes.
Hopefully, keep commenting. By the way, on in the chat on Facebook and YouTube, and keep tagging us with that hashtag Big Garden Birdwatch.
Big Garden Birdwatch.
There we go. It's ingrained in my mind.
We've got it.
But yes, what's been coming in so far, Samuel?
We've been having some amazing questions coming in this morning, actually. I mean, there's heaps coming through. So let's try and get through a few of them. So Susie Gander has asked, where is it? Hang on a second. So are woodpeckers rare?
Well, it depends on what species of woodpecker, I
Okay.
suspect. Now, there's four. This is me going off on a nerdy birdie thing
Okay,
again.
here we go.
So look out, yeah. It'll be worse than the red pole earlier on. But yeah, there are technically 4 species of woodpecker that sort of occur in the UK. 3 are kind of classed as resident. We've got greater spotted, green and lesser spotted. Now, Miranda and Oliver actually said that they get green in their garden. So that is one that might turn up. So green woodpeckers could turn up. They have that sort of laughing call, sort of yaffling it's called. We heard one this morning,
There was
didn't
one
we?
this morning,
There's one
just
back
over
here.
the other side, yeah.
Yeah. So that is a bird that could turn up, but not a bird that will use bird feeders. They like lawns because they eat ants. They're a specialist in sort of getting their beaks into ant nests and using their incredibly long tongue. They have a tongue that curls up around the
Yeah.
back of their skull. It's absolutely incredible. It comes right out and, yeah, the sort of anteater of the bird world.
Yeah.
So great spot. It is one that you could get on your bird feeders, and we've seen them on our live cams throughout this morning. Lesser spotted, I dare say, isn't a bird you're going to see these days in a garden.
No.
Sadly, I mean they've declined. Oh, look at the birds! There's so many birds on our bird feeders. Bullfinch right. Oh, centre frame, look at that. Fantastic. But yeah, lesser spot, it isn't a bird you're going to get on a bird feeder these days, really, because it's severely declining. I mean, they are so rare. And, you know, they're just not around much anymore. But, you know, if you do see one, do try and get a picture.
Yeah,
you know, if you see a
absolutely.
lesser spotted woodpecker, try and get a picture. And we'd love to see it. I mean, if you can send it to us, that would be fantastic.
And that's what we were talking about last year, wasn't it? It doesn't have to be the best picture in the world. Just grab a photo of it, anything, and just to try and record
Definitely,
it.
yeah. We love seeing the pictures.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
occurred to me, I only said 3 woodpeckers there. The other one, very quickly, is a wryneck, which is a kind of rare sort of passage migrant. So it's a bird that's passing through on migration. They don't breed in Britain anymore. Used to, but not anymore. We just see them occasionally in the autumn, 1 or 2 in the spring. Not many, but yeah.
So that one, actually, my mistake, that one's from Amy Moore, that one. There's so many coming through. They're pinging all over the place. Susie had actually asked about binoculars. So are there any tips, kind of like the best binoculars for bird watching?
Interesting. That's a common question, actually.
Yeah.
Really common question. I mean, my binoculars are, well, the numbers on them are the bit that confuse you. So most binoculars, that sort of style, you know, there's hundreds of brands and types, and, you know, it can fit any budget, really. But the numbers on them are the bit that often confuses people. I go for 8 times, so 8 times magnification. You can get 10 times 2. I personally like 8. But there's 2 other numbers. These are 8 by 42. And what that means is 8 times magnification, and 42 is this little objective lens here at the front. So basically 42 is a nice compromise. Lots of light gets in. These are not too heavy either. But yeah, RSPB website on our shop, there's a whole range of binoculars there.
I was going to say, and if you can get down to one of our shops as well, it's nice to try and test them out a little bit, isn't
Yeah.
it? And we can do that
Yeah,
quite a bit.
absolutely.
I mean,
Try
and once
before
you've
you
got
buy.
a pair, I mean, my pair are here, and I've had these since I was a wee kid as well. Like, I've had them for absolutely ages. So you get
they
a
do
trusty
last.
pair, and then you're sorted,
They
aren't
do
you,
last.
really?
They do last. Very handy.
Absolutely. Let's see if we got what other questions have we got coming through here. So this one here from Sharon has asked: does different bird food really make an actual difference?
It does. Yeah, absolutely does. I mean, our bird feeder cams, most of them actually we're using sunflower seeds. So Nag's Head has got black sunflower seeds, which have got the shells on. Most of our other live cams have got sunflower hearts, which are the middle bit of the seed. So basically, birds are after an easy meal in winter. They want the most calories and the easiest, you know, most sort of efficient food. So sunflower hearts are something that, you know, we certainly recommend as a goldfinch on our studio live cam. There we go. Fantastic little bird there, munching away on those sunflower hearts. But it's good to put a range of food out. So seeds are a staple because lots of different species will eat those. But top right there on the screen, we've got a big block of suet, which is another great thing that'll attract all sorts of other birds, especially the woodpeckers. Great spotted woodpeckers adore it. Jackdaws have also been loving this one too. But yeah, provide just a range of food, good quality. Don't forget, we covered yesterday keeping feeders clean. So if you are feeding the garden birds, you do need to be cleaning those feeders. But also, why not try a pond and stuff like that too?
Mix it up a little
Yeah,
bit.
so as
Because
well as food.
birds have kind of like, they've evolved over the years, haven't they, for different foods, so they're not all competing for the same thing. So
Absolutely.
that's why it's really good to mix it up. Because
Yep.
otherwise, they're all going for the same food still, and they've got different beak adaptations and all sorts to be able to get different seeds. So
For sure.
it is important.
Definitely.
Really important.
Definitely.
What if we get through a couple more, I reckon. What's we got? So Beth Hurst asked this morning, what's the easiest way to distinguish a blue tit and a great tit? They always seem to go very fast and struggle to identify. I know that problem when they come in and they go again, and it's they just disappear.
Yeah, they're only there for a split second, and I appreciate that the blue tits, grey tits, and cold tits fall into that category too. Really hard to spot. Blackbird panicking, just flying straight past us. Not sure what happened there. But the key difference is, blue and great tit, they are, even with a glimpse, they are kind of doable. Blue tit, the name suggests there's blue on it. So great tits don't really have any blue on them actually. And the blue on the blue tit is on the top of the head. So right on the very top. So look out for the head. Basically, if you can focus in on that bit, that'll give you a clue. So blue head on a blue tit with a little mask across its eye as well. Great tits have got a black and white head. So black with white cheeks.
I think that's it, isn't it? It's paying attention once you start to get to know them a little bit better, but it's starting to recognise when you're looking out for certain bits of the bird. We've been out, bird watching and walking together, and there'll be a flock overhead, and you'll be able to shout what it is. But the more you get into it, goldfinches are a great one because you can just see a flash of almost gold on that wing, can't you, in the flight? And so it's knowing to not just look at a whole bird, but look for key points that you can
Exactly, yeah.
pick out.
The other point on blue and great tit as well is the size. Forgot to mention the size. Blue tits are much smaller. Great tits are kind of much more chunky.
birds.
Yeah, and then that's why they call
greater
great
bird.
tit.
Absolutely.
A greater tit.
Absolutely. So let's go for one more. So we've got Dave Moore. Is there an easy way to identify buzzard in flight?
I would say yes. There's birds of prey in general. They're always quite distinctive when they're flying around. Buzzards. They do tend to catch your attention. We've had the few sort of circling around. They do have a tendency to always circle. If you see a buzzard, they're just circling around in the sky. And what they're doing is using a thermal to gain height. So the way a buzzard likes to feed is to basically go as high in the sky as possible and scan the local fields, look around on the hills. We've got the Quantock Hills just behind us, and I bet there'll be buzzards soaring over there today, scanning those moors for food. But yeah, they always just look for birds thermaling. There are other birds that do that, but nice big broad rounded wings, short rounded tail. They come in all sorts of colours, buzzards. You get dark brown ones, you can get almost white ones. So they do vary a little bit, so don't sort of pin all your hopes on the colours. But yeah,
that's the tricky thing with that. I find that with wood pigeons as well. Wood pigeons tend to take any shape that you're wanting to see. So, but yeah, buzzards they can be a real mixture, can't they? And so
they can indeed.
But it is that wing shape and that up in the thermals kind of the
there's
key.
a collective noun for buzzards.
I tell you
I
what,
should get my book.
you
again.
have a look at that.
look at my
We've
book.
had some good suggestions actually for bramblings.
Oh really?
We've
What have
got Dawn has said a bubble of bramblings.
Oh,
Quite like that one.
nice.
Alice is a bustle.
Nice.
We've got a rambling of brambling. I quite like that one. Rambling of bramblings. That one's quite good. So keep sending those in. We'll see if we'll pick one by the end. What have we got for? Is there one for buzzards?
There is. It's not the most positive.
Okay.
It's a wake of
Oh,
buzzards.
Okay.
That
well,
felt a
that's a
bit
bit
flat,
of
really,
a-
didn't it?
yeah,
A wake
no.
of buzzards. I was expecting something really exciting.
Well, there you go.
But there we go. The good old book. We'll put that down here.
Yeah, we'll find another bird later.
Yeah,
on.
yeah. We'll keep going with those collective names.
we'll see.
And keep sending in the suggestions too.
Yeah.
I tell you one. Going on about brambling, so some great suggestions. Keep those coming in. Another one for you to ponder at home: greenfinch. That's not in the book either.
Oh, okay.
And we're seeing a lot of greenfinches on our feeders, aren't we? Actually,
Yeah, we are.
The studio feeder here has been packed with greenfinches. So send those suggestions in too, and we'll read
Absolutely.
them out later on, hopefully. Now, our wildlife cameras have been absolutely sensational. We've had, well, we saw earlier on, we've got 9 live this morning. Here's a little section here. Now, the top right and the bottom left there, I hope that's how the viewers are seeing them at home anyway. That's how we're seeing them here in our studio. They belong to somebody very special, a huge friend of Big Garden Birdwatch and the RSPB. Kate Mcrae, are you there, Kate?
Indeed, good morning.
Hello, there you are. Fantastic.
Hello.
Oh, great to see you. And look at that setup.
Thank you.
What is going on there, Kate?
Well, this is Wildlife Kate headquarters.
Look at
So this is
that.
my office.
That is sensational. So
So
Kate,
it is a little.
sorry,
Screenwatch
Kate.
here.
We've got a slight delay on the line, I think. So yeah, we're just going to basically ask you about that setup. I mean, we're really impressed because we've been watching probably 4 or 5 of your cameras over the last actually few weeks, because you've been really kind in kind of letting us use them over the last few weeks. But how does that all work there? What is your setup like?
Okay, so the main setup is that all my cameras here in my own garden all live stream and are cabled back into my office here. So you can see my cameras up on this screen here. That's just a small selection. So those are all wired back into my PC. And then some of the others you can see are ones I've set up elsewhere. So at a site in Worcestershire, which I call UView. So I manage that site for wildlife. Those I can pull those feeds into here, or I can pick them up via the internet. And then the screen over the far side there that you can just see the long-tailed tits have just appeared on that big fat bar. That's a PTZ camera, pan, tilt, zoom. So I'm accessing that camera directly on that PC, which means I can move it around and zoom in. So sometimes when you're watching my cameras, you may see the camera move and then zoom in. So that's me controlling that. So basically I can access everything I've set up in various different ways via my office here.
And say through the magic of technology as well, we can cut to one of your cams live, I believe, to show everybody at home. Are we able to do that? I'm probably confusing our production team by... No, this is... See, look at that.
There we go.
Easy. Absolutely easy.
Got
So
some
this is
long-tailed tits
live.
on there.
So where is this camera, Kate? This is the fat
This
block.
camera is literally up the far end of my garden.
Wow.
So only probably a couple of 100 meters from where I'm sitting now. So I try and set them up in areas that look nice in terms of the background and that are good in terms of access for the birds. And obviously you want them to look good on the camera as well. So there's a lot behind the scenes, as all your guys will well know, to get the cameras to look as good as they can when they're live streaming.
Oh, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, we also saw another one of your cameras. Bottom right there, Samuel.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
bottom left, we've got the
left.
tawny owl camera as well. If we can go to that one. So this one's, I mean, it's just stunning. It's just been snoozing there, hasn't it, all morning. Can you tell us about this one, Kate?
Well, this has to be, one of my favourites, obviously. And I'm so pleased she was in there this morning. This is a Luco. And she's a tawny owl that is nesting at the site I manage in Worcestershire. And this will be her 4th year in this box. Her mate is called Strix, because Strix aluco is the Latin name for tawny owl. Nice. And as we get closer to breeding time, she gets to the point where she will start roosting in the box in the day. And for the last 3 years, she has laid her first egg at the beginning of March. So usually she starts to sit in the box usually around February time. So she's a little bit early this year, which may mean she's going to lay soon. But this camera live streams on my website. And last year, well, we got a huge following because people got really quite attached to her. But isn't she beautiful?
Absolutely stunning. Absolutely. I wonder if it's been kind of a strange winter so far. It's been quite mild, and it's only the last few days are a bit of an exception. I mean, obviously very stormy yesterday. Today it's kind of still and very cold here.
Yeah.
But we've been sitting in these seats for quite a while, shivering away. But yeah, that tawny owl could potentially, I guess, be tempted to lay early because of the very mild winter. Now one of the things that now you mentioned there that it built quite a following around that live cam, because we've seen that with our cameras on YouTube. It's built almost a community of people who've got kind of fascinated by the live cams. It really does that, Kate, and you've seen that, haven't you?
Absolutely. And that's, I think, what I love about doing this is, you know, you can imagine I spend a rather lot of time not only setting up these, but maintaining them, keeping the live streams going, and creating stories around them, because I'm ultimately about educating and pulling in an audience, possibly some people who may not have watched a wildlife camera before. And there's such a huge potential to enthuse and get people really excited about this wildlife that is right on our doorstep. Because only when people come to love it and understand it will they really, really want to care for it. And that's what I'm all about, educating people and enthusing them.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
Absolutely spot on, Kate. And yeah, are we keen? Are we allowed to use your cameras for the rest of the day? That we can keep watching? We're live till 3 o'clock.
I think so. Feel free.
Absolutely phenomenal. No, well, we really, really do appreciate it, and they're adding, you know, so much fantastic excitement to Big Garden Birdwatch, and so many people are enjoying it. So we really do appreciate all the energy and effort that you put into those cams. And yeah, and remind us of your website, Kate.
www.wildlifekate.co.uk.
Absolutely perfect, and I'm pretty sure we can pop a link to that in the chat for everybody to find as well. So,
this is for Chris. Chris always goes on about cake. Come on, Chris, you need to make your own. Here's my Big Garden Birdwatch cake.
That
Anybody
is phenomenal.
For a slice?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please. Yes, please. We
said that a little bit too eagerly, I think, but that looks
we're very
amazing,
keen for
Kate.
Oh, fantastic effort. And you've got your Big Garden Birdwatch mug, I can see as well there. We've all got our mugs. So fantastic. Look at that. Nice.
There we go.
Brilliant. Thanks for joining us, Kate. And yeah, thank you very much again.
And enjoy Big Garden Birdwatch.
Indeed. Fantastic. So, we've been talking lots about live cams. Let's get to some live cams now, because in just a moment we're going to be talking about robins. And here's a bit of a challenge, actually, for our camera operator to see if we can find a robin on one of these live cams. We do see robins fairly regularly, so let me talk you through some of these sites, actually. So bottom right is RSPB Arn, actually, and that's somewhere that gets robin quite frequently. And you know Arn really well, Samuel.
I do indeed. In fact, you know, we have a bit of a moment here, Luke. This is actually where we met, wasn't it? On RSPB Arn. We both used to work there. I started off as a residential volunteer, but there's a robin. There's we go.
Robin.
As if by magic.
Oh. Oh, being feisty, as ever. Oh, well, that couldn't have been timed any better, I don't think.
That's classic Arn for you. It just
exactly,
always delivers.
Can we get double robins? Let's go back to that 9-way split to see if we can see anything else going on. Got chaffinch. There was a woodpecker just flying off there. Bramblings all over Nag's Head. Oh, and the light is gorgeous at Wesley's as well. This is Loch Garten, the coal tits, great tit, and blue tit. That could have happened earlier on when we were talking about great tits, blue tits, and coal tits.
There was a marsh tit just on Chris Packham's feeder as well, but it might have gone. It was there. I saw it right at the last second, just before we went to.
Great tit at the top, blue tit in the middle, blue tit again, blue tit, marsh tit, marsh.
There you go, on the top left.
Unbelievable!
Excellent.
This is going way too well. I mean. Who said that live TV is tricky? I mean,
absolutely.
It's winter watch and spring watch, all that. You know, we're nailing this. This is going far too well.
Wildlife is helping.
Yeah, I mean, should we cut our losses and move on from that amazing little live cam segment that was live, genuinely. You won't believe it.
Not planned.
Exactly. Now we've got all those cameras, you know, sort of all over the country, searching for all those amazing birds. But there's one particular bird, the robin, that really you don't need all that fancy camera to set. And we'll be talking to Stephen Moss in just a moment all about robins, because they're fascinating birds. But just before we do that, let's have a reminder of how amazing robins are. do love a robin.
Yeah.
Absolutely sensational. Now, a man who knows everything about robins, well, potentially everything. We're going to ask him. Hopefully, we can be joined by Stephen Moss. Stephen, are you there?
I am, Luke. I'm in Somerset as well, as you know, on the levels, not too far from you.
Indeed.
I'm completely gobsmacked by what Kate set up there, of course. Just tremendous, isn't it?
Oh,
What she
I mean,
does.
absolutely.
And a cake.
Yeah, I don't know if you were watching yesterday as well, Stephen. We've had, I think, all in all, there's about a dozen live cams that we've been kind of cutting to back and forth all over the UK. And we got live Hawfinch yesterday.
Yeah,
Live
I heard
Hawfinch.
that. Brilliant. I
Oh.
marshed it just now, yeah, on
Yeah.
cue. You've released the marshed it. Well done.
Oh, it's going far too well, And you were all about live TV, Stephen, I'm sure. But we're here to talk about robins, and you've written a fantastic book about robins. Actually, I do have it here. When we cut back to me, I can show you. There it is. Look at that fantastic little book. Now let's go exploring. Let's head to the name first of robin. So how did that name come about?
Well, it's a wonderful story because, of course, originally the robin was the ruddock, which just means red little bird, a bit like the dunnock, similar word. Then it became the redbreast, and then people gave it a nickname. They called it Robin Redbreast, just as my grandmother used to call the wren Jenny Wren. But you'll notice a difference there, don't you? That we don't say, oh, I saw a little Jenny in the garden this morning, because people wouldn't know what you meant. And yet we do call the robin the robin. It's its nickname. It's not its name. Its official name used to be Redbreast, and then it became Robin Redbreast, and then just Robin. So it's sort of the most familiar bird we have, isn't it, because of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but the interesting thing there is that redbreast, if you look at a robin, they're actually orange, really, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Now, you know why that is, don't you? Because when the redbreast was named, back in the 13th century, or probably earlier, that's the first, I think 1400 is the first written record we have of the name robin, but it was redbreast, sorry, but it was almost certainly much earlier than that. In those days, oranges were unknown in Britain. So the colour we know as orange was just a different shade of red, hence redbreast. Oranges came in from Spain back in the 16th century, a couple of hundred years later, and we named the colour after the fruit. So again, that's one of those wonderful puzzles about bird names.
That's amazing, actually. That
That's
one,
great.
I didn't realise that one. And we've not long had Christmas either. It was only a few weeks ago, and people probably received a Christmas card with a robin on the front of it. Do we know kind of where that link comes from at all?
Absolutely. Again, two reasons. You showed in your beautiful montage there, you showed the robins in snow. Now, as you know, robins feed on the ground, which means if you get heavy snowfalls, which of course we don't very much nowadays, but when I was growing up, you'd have a heavy snowfall, you'd open the back door, and the robin was basically sitting there all puffed up, looking cute, saying, please feed me. Now, we think it's being cute. We think it's, being lovely and coming to us. Of course, it was doing it to survive because it couldn't find food. So robins were already associated with winter. They sing in winter as well. They hold territory. So it was already associated with that. And then when the post office started in 1840, postmen wore red uniforms and were nicknamed robins. And someone had the bright idea of them putting a robin on a Christmas card, dressed in a postman's hat and carrying a little card in its beak. And that association has carried on to this day. So it's one of these brilliant examples where the behaviour of the bird leads to the folklore, leads to the cultural reference. And that's something I've discovered in all my books about species like the robin, the wren, the swallow, the swan. Almost always a piece of folklore or a piece of cultural connection, like Christmas cards with robins, has a behavioural origin.
And all that, I guess, it all kind of comes together, doesn't it, the robin? You mentioned lots of sort of aspects there that, they sing in winter. It's a bird that we all see all the time, very familiar. And it is officially the UK's favourite bird, isn't it? It's the nation's favourite bird. I think, was it David Linder that did a vote a number of years ago, and it came out absolutely on top.
That's right. Everyone thought it was our official national bird. It turned out, unlike most countries in the world, we didn't have an official national bird. David, bless him, old friend of mine, the urban birder, had the idea. He organised a brilliant campaign they had, I think, 250,000 votes. The robin absolutely swept the board. You know, it got something like 30% out of the 10 species, and the nearest, I think the runner-up was either blackbird or barn with about 10%. So the robin is clearly our favourite bird. What is lovely about that, of course, is the robin is, how can I put this tactfully, a nasty little violent creature that will attack other males, you know, and yet we think it's so endearing and sweet and lovely. We forgive it all its sort of bad behaviour, if you like, because it's so cute.
Well put, Steve.
Delicately balanced there, I think, Stephen,
Yeah,
as well.
yes, I felt so.
And we kind of like alluded to it there as well. It is a bird that we do get all year round, and it sings in the middle of winter as well. I mean, kind of, why do they do that? Most birds, we think about dawn chorus, but actually robin just keeps going all year.
That's right. Well, most birds sing in spring. It's the males that sing, and they're singing very simply to hold a territory against rival males and to attract females. So, of course, breeding season can start very early. So birds are starting singing now. Oh, well, robin's literally just landed on my feeder. I haven't got a film of it, I'm afraid, but with some goldfinches. Anyway, sorry for the interruption. Yeah, so what happens is that robins sing in winter. The females also sing in winter, which is unusual. They hold territories. But in recent years, I was out yesterday down at RSPB Ham Wall, and it's quite mild weather, and we had song thrush singing. That's been singing in my village since before Christmas, and dunnock and wren. So because of the global climate emergency, we are getting milder winters, and we are getting more and more birds singing in December, January. And the problem with that is they think this is lovely, because it is. We love bird song. It reminds us of spring. But of course, it's not very good for the birds to start breeding so early when perhaps a cold snap will then kill them off later on.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, the weather this weekend has been sort of from one extreme to the other. Yesterday was crazy sort of storms, and then today is really, really cold. You know, there's ice everywhere here where we are. But yeah, but birds are singing. We've got great spotted woodpecker drumming as well locally around here. Song thrush has been singing this morning behind us. I mean, dunnock's been singing. Dunnock seem to sing all year round, don't they? But yeah. Yeah, there's again we've alluded to this already that robins are very, very friendly, and Indy Green yesterday, a great young naturalist and birder, he did a little bit of a video about woodland birds as opposed to kind of garden birds. He introduced the concept that garden birds are a phrase that we've kind of created ourselves. They're not a family of birds as such. They're effectively woodland birds that now live in gardens, but robins have got that very close association. They'll follow you around the garden, won't they? They'll keep a close eye on you. Where does that go back to, Stephen?
Well, that's because they basically think you're a wild boar. Because in Europe and in Britain 500, 600, 700 years ago, robins would have followed wild boars around the woods at dawn and dusk, which is why robins have got that very large beady eye. Another reason we think they're cute, because they had to feed very early and late at night, because the wild boars would farrow around and trample up, fertile around and trample up and get all the worms and beetles and stuff, insects for the robins to eat. There, until recently, were no wild boars in Britain for 500 years. So what then happened was that robins started following us around in our gardens, and any gardener will know, like Kate, that if you start digging the flower bed, particularly in winter or early spring, the robin will come down. And what my mother used to call cupboard love. We think it's being nice to us. Again, it just wants food.
Yeah, we've actually, one of our live cams is Nag's Head, and that is somewhere where there is wild boar. And when we've set in we can actually cut to that now, I think. Let's have a look, see what's going on at the Nag's Head Reserve. No wild boar, but a jay. Jay, that's a pretty good bird. Not a robin. What's in the background there? Is that another jay?
It's
two jays. That's the first time we've seen two jays.
It is.
Fantastic. Stephen, we've been having people send in loads of questions. Would you mind kind of us firing a couple of viewer questions at you?
Absolutely. I can't promise I'll be able to answer them all, but I'll do my best.
Let's see. So we've got Helen Wilson here has asked, how can you tell the difference between a house sparrow and a dunnock? We mentioned dunnocks earlier, actually, didn't we? So yeah, what's the best way to tell the difference between those two?
That's a very good question. Now, dunnock, of course, used to be called hedge sparrow. It's not related to the sparrows, but it sort of does look quite like them. If you get a decent look at a dunnock, it's got a long, quite thin bill, not quite warbler-like, but certainly thinner, rather like a robin's bill, whereas a sparrow's got a more curved bill, like a finch, to eat food. to eat seeds. Dunnocks are also a different colour. They look small and brown, but if they hop out, onto the lawn, perhaps from under the undergrowth, you'll see that they've got a rather lovely sort of mauvey grey front. Their scientific name is prunella, which comes from prune coloured. And then on the back, they're sort of streaky, dark and chestnut. So although superficially they're like like sparrows, they behave more like a robin. They sort of hop around on the floor. And at this time of year, they'll start to sing. And they've got a very different sound from a sparrow, which is sort of chirpy. The Dunnock song it's a bit like a sort of rather tuneless wren, if that's not being too unfair on it. It sort of rambles along. Oh, I'm looking out. Oh no, is that a Dunnock? No, it's not. Sorry, but I had a Dunnock coming there. But yeah, so and a sparrow, a male sparrow's got the very obvious grey on the cap, chestnut on the back of the head. A little black bib, it's really quite different. I think female sparrows are more likely to be confused with Dunnocks, but again, they're sort of buffish underneath. So just have a good look. If you're not sure, try to get a photo on your smartphone or use a camera, because that can be a really good way to do it.
Yeah, really good kind of description there, Stephen, about this too. It can be tricky, but yeah, absolutely. Just the more you kind of get used to it and get into it.
The more you watch birds, the more you'll kind of get familiar.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Got another one here actually. So this is from Branter. Branter says, I saw a chiffchaff in Norfolk last month. Is it unusual to see them at this time of year?
Well, it would have been probably 40, 50 years ago when I was growing up. Hardly ever saw chiffchaffs in winter. But this is a short distance migrant, as opposed to the willow warbler, which of course goes all the way to South Africa. Chiffchaffs normally just go to Spain or North Africa. And over the last few years, more and more chiffchaffs, because of our mild winters, particularly in the south and west of England, have started to overwinter. So I saw one yesterday down at the RSPB Ham Wall Reserve. Last winter, I had one in the garden all winter for the first time. And I realised it was because our neighbours keep horses, and they just started keeping them, and they've got a nice big dung heap which was covered in insects. And the chiffchaff was using that. So if you see a small olive green warbler, any time from sort of November through to early March, it's almost certainly a chiffchaff. It won't be a willow warbler.
Yeah, it's not unusual at all.
No.
Fantastic. No, interesting stuff. So yeah, huge thanks for your time, Stephen. We've kept you kept you away from a bit of bird watching, no doubt, this morning, but we really do appreciate it.
Going out this afternoon, actually, going out to take a friend to see the cranes in Somerset. So
absolutely
and a few egrets. So yeah, no, they're not really a garden bird, sadly, yet.
But absolutely fantastic to talk to you. It's always fascinating to hear kind of what you've got to say, and everybody at home, do get this book, The Robin, a biography. It's absolutely fantastic, and huge thanks, Stephen, for your time.
Absolute pleasure, Luke, and really nice to thanks for doing all this, guys, because this is such a good thing to get people involved in birding. So, and please, people at home, please take part in this survey, because it's so brilliant.
Brilliant, well said. Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks, Stephen.
Brilliant. Now, somebody we do need to check in shortly with is Miranda. We're going to be heading back there in just a moment, because we need to quickly hear how Oliver and Miranda have got on. Yeah. But before we do that, just check in on our live cams, because we are kind of coming to the end of our live stream. Amazingly sad. We've got the jay still tucking into the sunflowers. Woodpecker at Lochgarten. Can we go there potentially? There we go. Look at that. Great spotted woodpecker. Can't see the back of its head, but if we do get a glimpse, that'll tell us if it's male or female. So red on the back of the head is a male. Females have just black.
Might be a female, that one.
I'm thinking it's probably a female. We've seen several woodpeckers kind of here, I think, because I've seen males on this cam. Just the female at the moment. Can we go anywhere else? 2 jays again. Look at this.
Look at that.
Oh, not hawfinches though.
No hawfinches.
Not
the jays
hawfinches.
Have been stealing the show this morning there, haven't they?
Oh, and this is the set. This is our set here in Sanford Brett. Absolutely wonderful. A charm of goldfinches.
A charm.
I didn't even need to look in my book for that one. Didn't need to look. In fact, I can't find my book.
Can't
it's
find
gone
it
somewhere. That's a real shame. But hopefully we are ready to go back and join Miranda and Oliver. Are you both still in your garden there? Are you there?
Well, one of us is. Oliver's had to go. I've got to take Oliver to rugby in just a minute, so he's had to go and change, unfortunately. But he has been helping me for the last half an hour, but he's disappeared. But we've done quite well here. We were talking about the great spotted woodpecker that visits our peanut feeder, and funnily enough, the moment we'd said goodbye to you, we went inside and there he was. So the male came up and was on the peanut feeder, and then also on the fat balls as well, so it's great to see him. So that was one that we really wanted to see this year, so we've ticked him off. We haven't seen our leucistic blackbird, unfortunately. We've had a couple of other blackbirds on the lawn, but the one with the little white head hasn't appeared this morning. But we've done really well, actually. I haven't counted the different species that we've got. Well, we've got all the usual suspects. We've had great tit, coal tit, blue tit, a couple of dunnock feeding underneath the feeders, lots of green finches this morning as well. It's been a really, really green finchy day. They all seem to come en masse for about 10 minutes and feed together and then disappear. Lots of robins. Oliver's favourite bird is the robin, like so many of us. There's a little one on the way. His walk down to the bus stop in the morning is through a park, and there's a robin at the end of the park who sings every morning to him, so he's very fond of robins. So we've had 2 or 3 robins this morning. Again, they don't often come to the feeders. We normally see them feeding on the ground, but we had one on the fat balls this morning. It's a bit unusual. A couple of goldfinches, wood pigeon, carrion crow, some magpie. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, and some long-tailed tits, which just make us smile every time. We've had many, many years where we haven't had long-tailed tits, and they just started coming in en masse a bit more. Oh, that's my dog going past, just knocking the camera. She always seems to make an appearance. So it's been, but what an amazing morning, honestly. It's just been actually lovely just standing out here, feeling the sunshine. And I'm absolutely surrounded by birdsong. It's really, really uplifting after that day that we had yesterday.
Getting the old vitamin D, very, very important. Now, look out, incoming pheasant here at Sanford Bread. Sounded very loud. Absolutely superb. So, of course, Miranda, the most important thing now to do with those results, what do you need to do?
Right, well, I'm going to race before I take Oliver to rugby. I'm going to race back inside and get on my laptop and log all of those results. So I need to make sure that I've got the right numbers of each species. I've correctly identified all the different species, and I submit those results. So anybody who's watching, please do exactly the same. So take your hour, and then when your hour is finished, make sure that you submit those results as soon as you possibly can. And then we can collate all of those and get a real snapshot of what's been happening in our gardens this weekend.
Yeah. Definitely perfect. Well, we better leave you head off and get Oliver to the touchline, before kick off. So, but yeah, great. You've got a great result there. You've got a lovely garden, and send our thanks to Oliver for joining us. But brilliant to see you, Miranda.
All right, take care. See you. Bye.
Excellent. So, so we're sort of winding down now. This is really sad, but kind of what's been going on generally though.
We've had some amazing chats going on. We've got a. Hang
on.
We've had not sure what was going on there. We've had some amazing comments coming in. We've also had some photos been sent in, haven't we? I mean, people have been taking pictures of what they've been up to at home, which we've loved seeing. It'd be great if we can start to have a look at those. I mean, so this one here, this is my dog. So this is Brody back at home. Not enjoying Chris Backham as much as maybe he should be, but
he's not paying attention there, is he?
He probably was pretty tired. He was here last year when he was a very small pup, and he was very interested then. But that's not the best one there. Cute. We've got Nick Mitchell here as well. So. Amazing feeder setup here, and I think there's a feature of a parakeet in there somewhere as well, just to throw it in.
There's on the right hand side there's a green blob by the peanuts.
There we go.
Hilariously, actually, the logo's covering up that parakeet too.
It's just up the top there, but
not quite.
Thanks for that.
Interesting one. Parakeets, they are something you get sort of particularly the London area.
Absolutely, so, We've got Edith here as well. So this is doing their big schools. Edith Cavell Academy, doing their big schools birdwatch. So this is Lily, Giancarlo, Zoe, and Molly as well. That's amazing to see that. They do that in the week, don't they? The big schools birdwatch.
They do. Thousands and thousands of children doing it. Fantastic.
I mean, Alan Gray here. So this is, I don't even know how you'd even count these. So these are all house sparrows who's Big Garden Birdwatch. I mean, they're just...
I mean, the rules obviously are that you count the most that you see at one time, but when they're doing that, that doesn't make it easy, does it?
No, it really, really doesn't.
But there we go. But it's been absolutely a blast. hearing from everybody at home. Thanks so much for the questions. Do keep posting them throughout the day because we're going to be moderating the chat. You know, we'll have our team.
Yeah.
They're all on hand all day. We're live on YouTube till 3 o'clock. You're doing something exciting on YouTube this afternoon.
I am indeed.
Yep.
So at 1 o'clock, I'm going to be joined by Ben Porter and then Maya Bambrick and George Hassell, or Greenfinger George.
Greenfinger
George.
George.
Better. We're going to have a little chat about what they've been up to, how their Big Garden Birdwatch is going, and just chat about birds. Really, be really
Fantastic.
nice.
No, can't wait for that. And I'll be talking to Becky Spate as well,
course,
who's the RSPB's chief executive. So hopefully we'll have some early insights into how Big Garden Birdwatch has gone. So that'll be towards the end of the day. But the time has come to wrap things up, hasn't it, Samuel?
It has.
But what does every live stream need to end with?
Every live stream needs to end with a montage, I think.
It does indeed. And we're going to show you some of the best bits over the last couple of days. But it's been an absolute blast. And should we say goodbye in tandem to everybody at home?
Shall we?
Yes, let's look at the camera. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Thanks for watching.
But
Greenfinches 6, Goldfinches 10, Great Tit 3, Blue Tit 9.
I'm in a place called Sanford Brett, so we've got a little crew here. Me sort of shivering away out in the cold.
oh, there's the
Oh,
ball. Look at that.
And can we go to a live cam? Can we need to go to a live cam? Quick, look at that. That is a hawfinch.
Look at that.
And I'm a big believer in spending time in nature for your own kind of mental and physical well-being.
These. There
Thank
you go.
you. Try not to drop everything. It's a little bit hard with these really beautiful rubber gloves that you've given me here, Luke.
Siskin 3, Blackbird 2, Great Spotted Woodpecker 2, Nuthatch 1, Marsh Tit did come back.
Moyalchen.
Moyalchen.
Top stuff, top
Look at
man.
that.
I tell you what, you've got some Welsh ancestry in you. You have definitely.
I think if you spend enough time outdoors and you start noticing how amazing nature is.
There's one thing you're going to need, and I hope you've equipped yourself adequately in that department, and that is, of course, cake.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I hope you're all having a really good Big Garden Birdwatch Sunday already. It's still an absolutely amazing day down here in Somerset. This afternoon, I'm going to be chatting to a few people, and with me at the moment is Ben Porter. Hi, Ben. How you doing?
I'm great, thanks, Sam. Yeah, brilliant. I'm coming to you from North Wales.
Oh, amazing. Have you managed to get out and do any of your Big Garden Birdwatch yet this weekend?
Absolutely, yeah. Yesterday in my garden in Mcrae in mid Wales. Yeah, really fantastic. It was a pretty good day actually up here, and had nuthatches, great tits, blue tits, and lots of birds singing actually as well. Song thrush and mistle thrush was absolutely beautiful to hear singing away in the garden.
Yeah, it adds like that different element to it, doesn't it, really? Especially if you can kind of like have a window open while you're doing it and listen to them coming in. It's yeah, the full experience.
Exactly. Yeah, I absolutely love birdsong, so it's just always so wonderful to hear it starting up again at this time of year. Yeah, just really awesome.
Yeah, because obviously, I mean, the dawn chorus sound as we get into spring is the prime moment for that. And I mean, we had Lucy Lapwing, as you know, on social media. Lucy Hodson was earlier talking about the parabolic dish. Now you've kind of like started a bit of a thing here with the parabolic dishes, haven't you? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I guess during lockdown in 2020, I was really getting into sound recording of particularly birdsong, and I came across a plant pot in my garden which looked the perfect shape to create this parabolic dish, which sort of professional sound recorders use to concentrate and amplify sounds. And I just started using this plant pot with my phone mounted in the base, and the effect of it is amazing. So you can get really good quality, really loud recordings of birds and other sounds in nature, and it works amazingly well. So it's a great little tool. I really encourage people to try making one and get out there and tune into birdsong, and it's a great tool for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like really. I mean, speaking of sound, I think a phone's going off here at Big Garden Birdwatch HQ, which is different sort of sound, but it absolutely does, and it kind of really, I mean, it brings in that sound so well. I mean, it is basically you've just got a plant pot and a phone and kind of strapped a handle to it, and it just really amplifies all of that sounding, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. And to be honest, at this time of year, whilst there isn't too much singing, I always say to people it's a brilliant time of year to start learning birdsong identification, because you've only got 2 or 3 or maybe a handful of common garden bird species to try learning. You've got robins, dunnocks, wrens, great tits and things starting up now. So if you can start learning those different species at this time, then when you get the cacophony of just all species in the dawn chorus later on in April, it makes it a bit easier to pick out a few that you do actually recognise.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is about just slowly building it up, isn't it? And I mean, we've got the live cam on at the moment from Sanford Brett, which is where we're based, and we've just had all these goldfinches coming in. I think you can see that as well, Ben. Like the colours that are just popping off from those are incredible.
It's looking absolutely wonderful down there. The sunshine's absolutely fantastic today. Look at just catching the red feathering on their faces is just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's almost like they say, haven't they, that they've been dipping their head in a jam jar or something and kind of got it still stuck on there.
That's it. Yeah, and it's a really good feature for trying to distinguish the different genders as well. Actually, I do a fair bit of bird ringing, and when you get them in the hand and carefully looking at the different colorations, the females tend to have the red line sort of in front of the eye, sort of more towards the bill. Whereas males, usually it's sort of behind the eye and it has a slight lump above and behind the eye. So you can sort of start looking at how you can tell the different sexes apart with that feature, which is really cool.
Yeah, and like a really nice opportunity as well to get kind of up close and personal. I think a lot of, we see fleeting glimpses of these birds, but so, I mean, bird ringing is such an important part of collecting data for them as well, isn't it, through the British Trust for Ornithology? So it's yeah, and it just gives you a really nice experience and a different view on them.
Totally. Yeah, it's a really important tool for finding out, how our, like the bird, like the Big Garden Birdwatch itself, finding out how our species are faring in the UK and, the movements as well. And, how it's a really fantastic one, particularly for looking at like the survival of individuals as well, and looking at closer detail at breeding areas of which ones come back to specific nesting sites and how they survive over years and all sorts. It just adds another layer to an understanding of these species. Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've just got here at RSPB Loch Lomond, we've got a great spotted woodpecker back again. They keep, yeah, I know, it's stunning, aren't they? They keep showing up. So Ben, you're saying at the moment you're currently in North Wales, and am I right in saying you grew up a lot around there, and especially surrounded by seabirds and island life?
That's right. Yeah, I'm originally from Conway, North Wales, but when I was 11, myself and my family, we moved to Untitled, or Bardsey Island in English, and it's an island off the North Wales coast, just a few kilometres long. And we lived there running the island farm, and I got heavily involved with the work of the bird observatory over there, sort of monitoring and looking at the island's wildlife over the years whilst I was there. And yeah, I mean, it's an incredible island. I always recommend anyone to go there and have a few days or stay for a week there, and you're just completely surrounded by wildlife, and things like seabirds are one of the biggest features of the island. We have like 20,000 Manx shearwater pairs nesting there. And for those that don't know, Manx shearwater is this sort of pigeon-sized seabird that only comes to its colonies under the cover of darkness, and then it has this bizarre echoing call that when you have a few thousand of these in the air, it just creates this incredible atmosphere, and it's just absolutely incredible to experience, really.
Yeah, and it's one of those birds as well that the UK is home to something like 80 or 90% of the global population of Manx shearwaters. I mean, the UK is just an absolute hotspot for seabirds. I know this is Big Garden Birdwatch, but they really are just absolutely amazing birds that have mastered kind of like the land and the sea and the air. They've got the whole lot going on, haven't they?
That's right. Yeah. Well, they're actually like a really important sort of interlinkage between the marine and the terrestrial sort of ecosystems as well. There's studies that have shown that, actually their guano is a massive important sort of, they feed out at sea, but they nest on the land, and that transfer of nutrients even is really important in like a global driver of sort of nutrient transfer as well. So they have that really important linkage between the land and the sea. And they're also just one of just my favorite group of birds. They're just incredible. But look at these guys here, the garden birds that you can get. That's how I started off, getting into birds myself. We had a few feeders outside of my kitchen window, and started getting more and more interested to what species were coming along, trying to identify them, and had a little notebook to start noting down the species as I recorded them. And that's exactly what we're doing this weekend, noting down how many we see in an hour. And it's brilliant stuff just to be able to take that time just to notice and pay attention to what's coming into the space around you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say, kind of like wondering how you got into it, but that's exactly right. People this weekend, it could be them starting to get into it and exploring different areas and just spending that little bit of time and seeing the birds that come to your garden, especially when you stop and look at them. That's when you start to realize how much wildlife is actually around us, and start to really care about it as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whilst species like blue tits, great tits are increasingly common, if you were to if a blue tit was like a rarity in the UK, I know a lot of people would probably travel a long way to see one. They're such stunning birds, with the yellow coloration, the vivid blue, and they're just, they're fantastic birds, really. There's a lot of these species that we take for granted, I think. But oh, that's lovely. There's looks like a marsh tit, I think, that's just pitched down on the feeder there. Just briefly came in then. I think that's the first one I've seen whilst watching these feeders. Just that slightly duller browny grey coloration with just that black cap. Slightly different to the coal tits, which got the coal tit's got that big white wedge down the back of its cap on the head, whereas the marsh and the willow tits just have that solid black cap on the top. That was nice to see.
Yeah, that was awesome. I was literally thinking about just cutting away, and then that popped in. I was like, oh, let's just see if we can hold on to that one. This is Chris Packham's camera here in the New Forest. Yeah, awesome little bird.
Brilliant. Yeah, I have to say, I still struggle distinguishing the willow and the marsh tit myself, apart from the calls are a really good one for those species. They're very obvious in the difference, but I really struggle telling the actual species apart on field characteristics myself.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point as well, Ben. Like, that's all part of it. And I mean, some of us work in conservation, or we don't, or it's just a general interest. But it's all that kind of like learning process of developing those skills constantly, and you're always going out with someone that will know something different and something else. And I suppose that's kind of what a lot of this weekend is about, is just experiencing it and learning something new and trying to pick up new skills from other people.
Yeah, that's it. It's a huge part of being into nature, and there's always so much to learn and discover. You're always learning, so being not being afraid to make those mistakes is a vital part of it, really. And I think we've just got to be encouraging to those that getting into nature and seeing a goldfinch for the first time. It's the first time for everything, and just starting to get to grips with the sort of way that you tell apart species. It's fantastic. Everyone on different stages of the journey with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And I mean, so you kind of grown up kind of around with these birds as well, and then starting to learn more about seabirds, and you really got into your photography as well a little bit, didn't you? Is that kind of like adding a different element to it for you? Is there a particular thing that you really love to photograph?
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think photography and getting into wildlife developed alongside each other, to be honest. I was really into photography and started paying more attention to the wildlife around me, and then used it as a bit of a tool for when you're doing photography. I often find that I spend more time just sat in a spot observing and just watching wildlife, and I'm perfectly content with getting a good shot of a common species as opposed to searching for something a bit rarer, and it gives that opportunity just to sit still and just observe, a bit like we're doing here, just watching species doing their thing. And for me, photography really helped just enable me to spend time doing that and getting to know the different species, their habits, and that combined with living on an island where it's quite a constrained area, you get to know your local patch really, really well, and what species are in different places at different times of year, when it's best to go there on a daily basis with the tides, the sort of waders being in at high tide, going down when the light's in the right place. And it just I guess it adds an extra layer of sort of connection to the different elements of being into wildlife in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've kind of seen a lot of your photography and your work as well, and you can definitely see that. I think that definitely comes through as well, and able to kind of portray that journey and just that experience of getting in and amongst nature and just loving it and enjoying it and immersing in it.
Thanks. Yeah, well, I mean, I always encourage the images you can get on phones and things these days is amazing. I always encourage people specifically for things like macro photography and things as well. You've always got your phone with you in your pocket, so taking pictures of insects and mosses and all sorts, you can get some incredible shots just using that, and using some of these clip-on lenses. Again, Lucy Hodson, she uses some amazing little macro clip-on lenses to get close-ups of wildlife, and you can get some amazing stuff just stopping and paying attention to what's around you.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what we're doing as well this whole weekend. The camera that we're on at the moment is Lochgarten. I mean, that's a phone. Pretty much all of our cameras, apart from kind of wildlife Kate and some of our other reserves, they're just phones set up to record. So it's amazing what you can get with just the phone in your pocket.
Yeah, look at these male chaffinches here are having an absolute feast up at Lochgarten. That's the woods around there in the sort of Abernethy area are absolutely just wonderful. Really something else.
Absolutely stunning. That would be. I was just going to say that woodpecker's still there, isn't it?
It's slightly unsure to hop on the same feeder there, just in the background on the tree. It's sort of contemplating to have a go, but isn't too. It almost went for it. It's a little bit. They sort of flit in and out the coal tits to sort of edge in between the. You can see them sort of just looking at the other species. They flit away a bit and just hop in when they can, really.
Yeah, I did see that. It's kind of unsure whether to go in or not. Well, thanks so much, Ben, for joining us. I know you're kind of in and around and trying to move on and get to places at the moment, but thanks so much for taking the time to have a quick chat to us, and always good to catch up about seabirds and birds in general.
Yeah, well, definitely really great to join in this, and for those that are out there and going to get their hour in this afternoon, really encourage you just to spend that time, make a note and get your records in. It's a super important project, this, and it's been going on for quite a few years now as well, so yeah, nice one.
Perfect. Thanks, Bam. Thanks very much, and take care.
Bye.
Guys, it was really really nice to speak to Ben there. We're coming up in kind of about 15 minutes. We'll be chatting to we've got Maya Bambrick coming up, and we've also got George Hassell, Greenfinger George. We'll have a quick chat with them in about 50 minutes and then half an hour as well before Luke is back rounding up with Becky Spate, our CEO. We'll catch you in a bit. Okay, hi everyone, and we're back again. Thanks to Ben earlier for joining me, and I'm now joined by young naturalist Maya Bambrick. Hi Maya, are you there?
Hello, I am. How are you?
Oh, fabulous! Yeah, really good, thank you. It's a stunning day down here, and we've been having some amazing action on our webcams. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I'm really good. It's lovely weather down here in Bournemouth as well. Got blue skies and everything.
Dreamy, the absolute dream, isn't it? Have you managed to do your Big Garden Birdwatch yet, or are you going to do it this afternoon?
I'm going to do it this afternoon from my flat window, actually. Yes, I'm in student accommodation, but I'm still going to do the Big Garden Birdwatch from my window.
Amazing. I think that's exactly it. We were mentioning this earlier as well. I mean, you don't have to have a garden. You don't,
No.
you can do it from a little window. And are there any birds that you think you're expecting to see, or any highlights?
So I definitely hear pied wagtails quite a lot. Keep going over. Herring gulls. I hear plenty of herring gulls being near the sea. Occasionally actually hear jays around. I've got a few sort of trees outside my window, so I do get a few sort of blue tits, great tits. Sometimes hear a flock of long-tailed tits passing through. So despite sort of being in the middle of Bournemouth, I still get quite a lot of sort of species out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like a really good mixture of birds there, actually. I thought the whole range. And
It is, yeah.
yeah, I mean, you mentioned herring gull there as well. I think that's really point is people often say about seagulls. Well, I mean, seagulls technically don't really exist. We've got all sorts of
Oh,
gull
no.
species, and herring gulls is just one of them. So,
The amount of times I had to tell my friends off for calling them seagulls or say that. And I mean, I've said that many times, and obviously they're red listed. They're a red listed species, a herring gull, because obviously they're struggling a bit. People might not realise that actually.
yeah, absolutely, and that's a really important point to make. Is although seagulls are kind of really what we say common in our towns and cities, which is just an amazing adaptation that they're so adaptable and can take over this. But yeah, I mean, herring gull, lesser black-backed gull, that's on the amber list, and as you say, herring gull on the red list. So they are really actually struggling as overpopulations.
They are, yeah. I was actually doing a project on red listed bird species for sort of alongside my A levels, and it was really interesting to sort of learn about these sort of common bird species that most people I think are quite sort of are doing well, but then they're quite struggling, like the herring gull, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you kind of notice a lot of what you've been up to as well, Maya, and you do a lot of of blogs and writing blogs and all things like that. I mean, did you get into wildlife first and then think that was a really good way of telling it, or were you kind of interested in both?
Yeah, so I actually sort of got started by wildlife photography actually. So I received sort of a little bridge camera for I think it was my 10th birthday. So it was a long time ago now. And since then, I sort of went to my local nature reserve every weekend, took loads of pictures of wildlife, and then I thought to myself, oh, it'd be really nice if I could share this with people and try and get other young people interested. Because one of the things I did notice when I was going to the nature reserve was that there wasn't many other young people there. So I sort of started a blog called My the Birder. And then from there, I sort of developed my social media and sort of now YouTube channel with sort of vlogs and things.
Yeah, and that's really important point there as well, isn't it? It's getting young people involved in the natural world and how amazing it can be, and it's I've definitely seen it over my lifetime as well. It's just more and more, and people like yourselves really trying to push it. That's kind of exactly what we need, isn't it? That's who we need to be engaging with this and just loving it.
Definitely, you need to see sort of people that look like you, that your age, on sort of media and sort of on social media, in magazines and things, so you could sort of relate to them, and then obviously it makes other young people want to get into wildlife too, because it's such a good hobby to have. Because at the end of the day, if we don't have sort of young naturalists and people that are going to look after the environment, I don't know what's going to happen in 10, 20 years time. So I think it's really important.
No, 100%. Couldn't agree more. And I mean, you're involved in so many different aspects as well. I mean, I was thinking earlier how you've got time to do everything is just amazing. But
that's a good question.
but I mean, one of those things is it Pocket Pals to do with kind of getting people involved in nature through tech?
Yeah, that was an app developed a few years ago, and sort of Pokemon Go.
Yes, yeah.
It was like that, sort of along those sort of lines. But yeah, I think technology is really important. I remember I've written an article about how easy it is sort of to create little videos of vlogs like I've been doing. So I don't use a big camera or anything. I just literally use my iPhone to shoot little videos of me out in sort of nature, going on my walk. So during lockdown, that was really sort of special to me because it gave me something to do, and I could share sort of what I was seeing on my daily walks with people on social media. And I think it really connected with sort of a range of people, but especially young people as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's kind of what we've been, with our live cams this weekend. It's exactly the same sort of thing. It's being able to bring in so many different cameras from all over the country. I mean, the one we've got here is again one of Wildlife Kate's in this little crate here, and we've got the starling just on the left, just reaching through. An
Yes.
absolutely stunning bird, the starling.
They are. I love starlings. I mean, the only thing is they do eat all your fat balls. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
But
they
yeah,
do.
they're beautiful,
You can
especially
see
in the
that one
light.
there. Yeah, you can see that one there just reaching all the way through and trying. And yeah, you're absolutely right though. In the light, they really do kind of
Iridescent. Hmm.
absolutely stunning bird. I don't suppose you have a favourite kind of garden bird, do you? Or is that too hard to
Oh,
say?
that is very hard, but I do love a great spotted woodpecker. I do love them. I've always loved seeing them sort of when I was younger. So when I was waiting in that hide at my local nature reserve, I would wait for the great spotted woodpecker to come down to try and get a picture of it. But as you know, they can be quite secretive. But so yeah, it's still one of my favourite birds to this day.
No, I think that's a really good shout, actually, that one.
Mhm.
We keep having the great spotted woodpecker show up on some of our cameras. I'm trying to see. We might have one if I go to, where are we? If we go to the New Forest, we've got one
Forest.
just. I mean, that's not
Oh
exactly the
yes.
best
Oh,
picture of it, but
showing his bum.
yeah, just show you can see that red flash there, but he's just at
Yeah.
the top there. I
Oh,
don't know if
no
he's going
way.
to come down at all.
Oh,
We'll have to see
God,
what
yeah.
he does there. But I mean, you're absolutely right with kind of get everyone involved and through tech. And we were thinking earlier as well. It's that people spend so much time indoors on tech and
Mhm.
kind of there was a study which was like 7 minutes outdoors, 7 hours on your phone. And that's what we really need to mix up and change. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
especially
amazing
for
stuff
young
to be.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing stuff that you're getting involved with.
Thank you.
No, really, really good. Well, thanks so much for joining us today, Maya. I'm super,
No
super busy with
worries.
your studies and everything like that. So, no, really appreciate you taking the time out for us.
Thank you for
Um,
having me.
no problem at all. And yeah, good luck with your Big Garden Birdwatch this weekend. Have you got like tea and cake ready or?
Oh yes, I've got biscuits and everything. I'm all prepared.
Perfect. So that's what we need. I think that's been the most important thing over the weekend is make sure that we've just got tea and cake on tap, basically.
Of course, you have to.
Super. Well, thanks so much, Maya. And yeah, enjoy your Big Garden Birdwatch.
Thank you. Bye.
See you later. Really, really good there to be joined by Maya. A really nice chat, and what she's been up to has just been, yeah, absolutely amazing to just get so many people involved in, in the natural world. You don't even have to be a bird or anything like this. Just appreciating the wildlife around you is absolutely spot on. Coming up in kind of about 20 minutes or so, I'm going to be joined by George Hassell, or Greenfinger George, to talk everything about gardening and wildlife, which is going to be absolutely fabulous. We've got a huge garden here at Big Garden Birdwatch HQ with all sorts of wildflowers and everything. So we'll have a good chat up with him. So yeah, we'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, good afternoon again, everybody. We're on third chat this afternoon with, and I'm joined by George Hassell, or Green-fingered George. George, are you there?
I'm here. How are you doing, Fabian? You all right?
Yeah,
Not
really good,
Fabian,
thanks,
Sam.
man. How are you? Everything all good?
Yeah, all good, Sal. All good.
Awesome. Have
Looking
you
forward
have you
to-
managed to do your Big Garden Birdwatch this weekend yet, or have you got it planned for this afternoon?
I've got it planned for just after this.
That's good. Well, we were saying this morning when Luke and I were on this morning. We haven't actually done ours yet, so we might join you and see what we can find as well.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Have you got like a little garden outside with a few bird feeders set up? What's your kind of setup?
Yeah, so where I'm sat now, I've got a really good view of the bird feed. I've just been watching it. I've just had a wren walk across the wall, which was amazing. I've got a really nice view. There's a robin there at the moment as well.
Oh, fabulous! We were chatting about robins this morning with Stephen Moss. Nation's favourite little feisty little bird, though, aren't they?
They are, aren't they? Well, they say with the red markings, it's actually like a war paint, isn't it? You never thought that from a lovely little robin, that they're really quite aggressive.
I know they do know how to put up a fight, don't they?
Oh, aye.
I mean, so I was going to chat to you this afternoon, George, a little bit about kind of. I mean, you've done so much with gardening for wildlife, and you know we've done huge campaigns with this, and to try and get people really involved in it. And I mean, just how important is it for you to get involved in that way?
For me, I always say that we've got the amazing national parks in the UK, but personally, what I think is most important is our gardens, because collectively they make up such a large area of the UK. And if we all culminated to create wildlife gardens, in a sense, we're creating one massive intertwined nature reserve. And that will be so important and so influential for so many different species, because in each person's garden is a different habitat. Whether you live in different parts of the UK or you've got a different style of garden, supporting therefore more different species. So wildlife gardening, I think, will be an amazing and influential way that we're going to save Britain's wildlife.
Yeah, absolutely right there, George. I think, and it is. I was going to say while you're talking there, it's creating a huge, nature reserve, isn't it, across people's gardens, and any green space. If we can just add a little bit of a wild corner, whether it's for bees or other insects, or whether it's bringing in birds into your garden as well. And is there kind of like a particular favorite plant or something like that you think really has an effect, or that you love to see in the garden?
I mean, I think as regards to planting, it's a nice sort of general mix, really. I wouldn't say there's one specific plant that maybe is great for every type of bird, but a good mixture. So if you've got your trees, that supports the nesting. You've got your wildflowers, which are great for insects, which then feeds the birds. Aquatic plants, which helps the aquatic life and the biodiversity of a pond. There's some great species, such as maybe looking out now, I can see my rowan tree, and that's an amazing tree supporting wildlife. It's native. Obviously, it's big. It covers, nesting birds, but then you've got the rowan berries, which support blackbirds and thrushes. And then the flowers themselves also attract insects, which then also feed the birds. So something like a rowan tree would be amazing, or buddleia, again, same thing with the flowers. And if you keep the flower heads on, the birds will then feed off the flower heads.
Yeah, it is about that, and then throughout the seasons as well, it can really change, can't it? As you say, with the rowan and the berries, particularly important in autumn, and obviously buddleia and wisteria kind of in the summertime for the insects and moving forward. So yeah, that mixture is really important, because it changes throughout the year, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think plants that are seasonal as well, that flower throughout the season or produce berries in certain times in the season. Therefore, it's sporting birds right through the year, instead of something that maybe just flowers once in May and that's kind of it.
Yeah, definitely. Is there kind of, with your love of gardening, do you know where that kind of stemmed from, or did you get into wildlife first and think actually that the wildflowers are a really important aspect of it?
Yeah, so I think wildlife came first. So, from little walks down by the canal with my dad. And then, we'd go tripping off to nature reserves and things. But then I realised that, you don't have to go to the Cairngorms or the Lake Districts or down to Arn. You can sit by your kitchen and watch the garden birds at home, and then create your own almost mini nature reserve on your own doorstep if you can create a really nice wildlife garden.
we've been seeing as well with that, like, you know, people have been creating little hives in their own garden, their own spaces as well. So you can really get really involved in it, can't you?
Yeah, you can. You really, really can make your own nature reserve. It is amazing. Again, yeah, I've seen people make their own bird hives, and I just think that's fantastic. Like up in the kind of wilder area of the garden, I made a tree house, and that was dead good for watching the birds. And again, because you're outside, you feel a bit more, you know, close to the birds themselves.
Absolutely. We've you mentioned Arn back there as well, and I think we do have a live cam from Arn. We've got
Oh yeah,
three
lots
wood
of
pigeons sat on the table at the moment, which they've completely dominated it. But is Arn a special place for you? Have you been down there a couple of times?
Yeah, well, it is one of our kind of favourite reserves, that, and we've been going there forever, and we've, you know, become great mates with people down there. You know, Fabian, volunteer called Barbara, who we always see. She loves the ospreys down there, but it is an amazing place, and it's somewhere that, you know, particularly with our family, we're really, really close with.
No, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more there, George. That's where I've worked down there as well, and I grew up just around the corner from there. And yeah, Barbara is a great mention to Barbara there as well. Fantastic with the osprey work, and it's
Yeah.
you know, if you spend a bit of time down there as well, if you kind of seeing the Dartford Warblers and the really unique species that we've got there can be
Oh,
really
yeah.
special. Have you got any favourite memories from Arn?
Well, and seeing as you brought up Dartford Warblers, they're our kind of bird enemy number one. Then we've been down to Arn 7 times over 7 years, and only last year we managed to see one, and it was in summer. It was a fleeting glimpse, and we spent many hours on the heathland looking for them Dartford Warblers and never seen them. But particularly out on Coombs Heath, it's just gorgeous, and I love watching the spoonbills down in Poole Harbour from up there, and the ospreys. And once we had an osprey fly past carrying a fish, and that was just fantastic. That was just amazing.
I think, yeah, we've definitely heard that story a few times as well with Dartford Warblers. They can be really, really tricky to see, but an amazing reserve. And Arn is kind of where it began with them as well. It was kind of the 1970s.
Yeah.
There was only kind of 10 pairs throughout the whole of the UK, and 4 of those pairs were on the Arn Peninsula. So it's a real, you know, hotspot for them, and a real great place for the protection from the RSPB.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Absolutely. And just a little anecdote from my garden is I've just been watching a thrush pull out a worm. That was very exciting, watching it yank on a worm out of the ground just near the silver birch.
I was just going to say, can you see anything from your garden at the moment? I mean, that's a pretty good view. Have you got kind of what's your setup going on there? Have you got a few birders out and about, bird feeders?
Yes. So basically, looking out the window from kind of my dad's room, actually, got a really good view of the bird feeder in the top garden. And then we've got the magnolias and kind of the privets running down one side. Then we've got the pond behind the bird feeder. Then right at the back, we've got the kind of scruffier area that we just leave to grow wild. Oh, we've got a bramblin on the live.
Yes, yeah. Bramblin just on the right there.
Oh, fantastic. I've never seen a bramblin, so I'll get very excited if I ever see any pictures of them.
You know what, I was saying that this morning. So I've never seen one in real life, shall we say, as well. We've been having we've had kind of like almost 50 bramblings on one of our Nag's Head Reserve wildlife cameras, which has just been insane. Still yet to go and see one.
Yeah, it's another one of them with us, another bird we've been looking for ages, and we just never seem to see them. Whenever we go anywhere that's got bird feeders that's good for brambling, they never seem to fill the bird feeders up the day we go. We've never had any luck with them, but I think we'll come across one eventually.
Eventually, if you keep persevering. I think that's what we've been saying this weekend as well. You know, even if you don't see any birds in your garden, that's okay. That's part of it. That's part of the Big Garden Birdwatch. You know, if you don't, no results are kind of just as good data as well to submit, and helps us track the trends over the years.
Absolutely, and I think that's what's key about the Big Garden Birdwatch is that, you know, it's not necessarily kind of the amount. Well, it is about the amount you see, really. You know, if you don't see much, don't feel embarrassed, because that's what it's about. It's about identifying maybe areas in the UK that don't get so many of them sort of species. So any results that you've got, do just send them in.
Absolutely, couldn't put it better ourselves. And I mean, going back to your garden setup you have there, it sounds like you've got like this amazing kind of mismatch of habitats coming in from the sides and reaching over. It sounds like a perfect place for wildlife. I imagine you should have a good Big Garden Birdwatch this afternoon.
Yeah, I hope so.
Fingers crossed. I mean, I was chatting to Maya Bambrick earlier as well, and have you got kind of tea, cake, everything set up and good to go?
It's Jaffa cakes and not Vimto for me.
Oh, that sounds amazing. That's what I
Proper
need.
nice. Proper nice.
I'm just trying to look on this camera that we've got now. We've got a few blue ticks kind of coming in and out, and this one's really nice actually because it's kind of keeps them covered away from any predators above. But oh, and just before we kind of wrap up here, George, we've got, look at that, we've got a red squirrel up in Lochgarten.
Wow. That is incredible. Oh wow, that's
look
special.
at the little tufts on its ears as well. They're really, really special, aren't they?
Just fantastic. I love red squirrels. They just get you, don't they? As soon as you see them, it doesn't matter how many times you see them, they get you so excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Look at him, he's just tucking away to the peanuts there in the background.
I love all the coal tits coming down as well. It's one after the other.
I know, they literally come in and out and just flitter in and out all the time. We're still waiting for a crested tit from Lochgarten, but you know, fingers crossed. We've got a little bit longer in the afternoon, and we'll see.
You never know. Yeah, well, we were down at Lochgarten and I managed to hand feed a coal tit. That was pretty special. That was really nice.
Did you manage to see kind of any of the other amazing species we get? I mean, we've obviously got the red squirrels, but they've got all sorts going up on that reserve, haven't they? Have you got any amazing moments?
Yeah, so we were up in the Cairngorms and we got a crested tit on the first day. That was fantastic. What else did we see? Got the red squirrels, got a golden eagle, which was really nice. Got ptarmigan up on Cairngorm, black grouse. It was an amazing holiday. Really, really amazing.
Yeah, it sounds absolutely fabulous. I'm pretty jealous of that. That sounds amazing. Well, thanks so much for joining us, George. It's been really, really lovely to chat to you. And yeah, I hope you have a really good Big Garden Birdwatch this afternoon. Don't forget, submit your results. That's the most important thing.
Thanks a lot. It's been really nice. Good luck, you too.
No problem. Cheers, George. Chat to you soon.
See you later.
Oh, that was amazing to chat to George there and hear about all his gardening. It's a really, really important way of getting wildlife into your garden, leaving those little corners a little bit wild, which should be absolutely fantastic. So we've got one more chat this afternoon, and Luke Phillips, who was with me earlier, he's going to be chatting to our CEO Becky Spate, everything about Big Garden Birdwatch, what she's been up to, and what we can expect from the rest of the year as well. And we'll chat to you then.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Luke here, and I'm extremely excited to be chatting. And it's been a very long weekend for us here at Big Garden Birdwatch HQ. I made that sound a little bit bad, but it's actually been incredibly exciting. I'm sitting in front of our bird feeder cameras. I can see everything that's going on across the country, and I'm also joined by Becky Spate. How are you doing, Becky?
Fine, yeah. What a great weekend. Yeah, you guys have been amazing.
Oh, it's been incredible. It's it's been exhausting because I think we were talking last year, weren't we, with Big Garden Birdwatch Live when it kind of got born out of lockdown, really, and it's come on a long way since last year.
Yeah. And but one of the things that's really excited me is just how involved people have been again this year. So, I did wonder a bit. I thought, lockdown last year, I can see why perhaps lots and lots of people did it. But actually, it feels like there's been this absolute phenomenal wave of interest this year. It's been fantastic. Yeah, really good.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I mean, we've had some great guests and things kind of join us in some of our live streams this weekend. And, there's two aspects, as you know, to Big Garden Birdwatch. There's the science aspect, which we can chat about in a moment, but just the fact that everybody just loves the Big Garden Birdwatch, it's a feel good thing, isn't it? It's just perks everybody up at a pretty down time of year, really.
Yeah, I think it's good fun, and one of the things I love seeing is on particularly on social media this weekend, I've been just seeing people it's just been hilarious, kind of, looking at the way in which people are doing their different, Big Garden bird watches, and, kids getting involved a lot. And just really, it's a really, as well as kind of contributing to, giving us this snapshot of our species, it's also just really good fun to do. And I think just taking that hour to really just look at what's going on, either in your garden or just sort of out in some green space, it's a really lovely thing to do. I really enjoyed doing mine yesterday.
No, we had we've been keeping an eye on all the comments and pictures and things that people have been sending in on social media, and some of my favourites have been, I'm trying to describe this now. I'm going to do this really badly because we can't sort of show the picture here, but there's like tunnels that you can get for, that you put in a garden that kids can play in. They can sort of, they fold out. It looked like somebody cut a hole in one and stuck it over their heads and put a pair of binoculars through it. It was phenomenal. I don't know if I painted a picture of that, but
I definitely saw a great den that some kids have made in a garden, with like chairs and blankets and things to make their own little hide. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, one of the great things, obviously, this weekend with Big Garden Birdwatch Live is that we've had cameras across the UK kind of bugging various gardens and bird feeders, lots of which are our nature reserves. And what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to cut to a four-way split there of our cameras. You can see that, Becky, can't you?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, so there's lots of activity here, and also everybody at home can also see this. And we've got the YouTube chat open at the moment. So top left is Arm, top right is Chris Packen's garden bird feeder. Bottom right is our studio feeder, so this is where we are in Somerset, and bottom left is Loft Garden. So little challenge for everybody at home. Pop in the chat so you let us know which one you'd like to cut to next, and we'll set that up for you. But I mean, Loft Garden
really busy. Yeah.
In Loft Garden, there isn't actually anything there at the moment, but that's one of my favourite reserves, and I know in the context of the RSPB, it's one of our biggest nature reserves, isn't it, Becky?
It is. Yeah, Loft Garden is just fantastic. And that's where, of course, we've got this crested tit population, haven't we, as well? Have you been seeing any of them?
Do you know what? No. They've
really?
Oh, they've really
they've kind of let us down. You out, Luke.
Yeah. Well, we've got microphones set up at this site as well, and I've been listening intently this afternoon because their call is quite distinctive.
Yes.
And that's often a sign that they're around and they may come down to the bird table. But no sign. But I wonder, it's quite mild up there, and I just wonder if they're just out foraging in the wider forest and not coming into, they don't need food at the moment necessarily supplied. So
I did see somebody up in Scotland saying it was kind of so sort of unusually mild that they were doing their Big Garden Birdwatch sort of sat outside, for an hour, and so that may well be the case. But that's a shame because they're really charismatic birds. They're amazing.
Oh,
it's a shame you haven't seen those.
No, but then one of the highlights we did get, because we've been setting a camera up at RSPB Nag's Head Reserve, which is in the Forest of Dean in Gloucestershire.
Yes.
One of my favourite reserves, for sure. I spent a lot of my sort of younger days wandering in that forest there. It's phenomenal. And hawfinch was a bird that I saw there many years ago. It was my first ever hawfinch. And through Big Garden Birdwatch Live, I've been determined to bring live hawfinch to everybody who's viewing at home. And I think you were watching yesterday morning, I think, Becky, when you you saw my response when one turned up.
It was brilliant.
Oh, absolute thrill. I mean, they're so secretive birds, and you know, they've just not visited that site, even though we put so much effort into trying to sort of attract them down to the forest floor. But you know,
and they're such gorgeous birds as well.
We've just gone to Chris Packers. Yeah. It's almost like we cut to that camera and we scared the birds away, but it's they can't hear us, honest. Oh, but yeah, we've had great guests. So Chris Packham's very kindly kind of keeping this camera running for us all weekend. And
that's great.
And all sorts of stuff like that. So you've done your Big Garden Birdwatch already, Becky?
I have. I did it yesterday actually, and it was blowing a bit of a hoolie here. It was really quite windy, and I saw a lot of people saying, "Oh, it's too windy to do my bird watch today." You know, yesterday. But actually, I persisted, and so I was laughing slightly because some of the birds were, you know, arriving at slightly odd angles, and it was sort of probably at greater speed than they'd been expecting. But no, it was fine. I saw most of my usual gang, and I mean, one of the things I get here, which is lovely, is greenfinches. Actually, and I was just seeing on one of the feeders, I think it was Arn, there were lots of greenfinches, so it was lovely to see them because, of course, they're not doing as well at the moment. So. But I seem to, you know, I'm touching wood here. I seem to have a healthy population around me, and lots of goldfinches. There's a big flock of goldfinches that kind of, I think, circulate around the area where I live, and they kind of tend to arrive like a bunch of hooligans. And yeah, it all gets quite noisy when the greenfinches and the goldfinches are around.
Yeah, it's been a real finch fest this year on our live cams. We've just got Arn here now. No greenfinches just at the second, but goldfinches there. They've just been there virtually the whole weekend. They're
yes.
It's going to be interesting this year to see how the results, you know, change potentially. It's every year, you know, we've only got a sort of certain number of species that tend to get in gardens, but you know, with everybody sort of counting and getting a real sense this year that, you know, goldfinches are going to keep sort of climbing up that top 10. I think be interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah. And I mean, just you know, obviously, I'm sure you've been talking about this, but the importance of just keeping feeders clean, you know, particularly when we've got this nasty disease affecting greenfinches at the moment.
No, for sure. We did yesterday afternoon actually, and people at home can actually watch all this back because it's all saved on Facebook there. You can go into our page and find it, and also on YouTube you can kind of watch it back. But Samuel, who's been my co-host for the weekend here at kind of Big Garden Birdwatch Live HQ, he did a live bird feeder cleaning demonstration for us yesterday. He had on a very lovely apron. And a lovely pair of rubber gloves, but he did a great job in kind of showing us, you know, how to do that. But and we're getting some lovely messages in too. Amanda Louise is kind of loving what we've got. How many smiley faces here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's about 10 emojis here full of hearts from Amanda Louise for our live streams. And yeah, she's a member of the RSPB as well, which is you know,
thank you.
It's a fantastic opportunity to chat to everybody actually. And obviously, yeah, thank you very much to every member that's listening. You're extremely important to the work we do. And we
I
love
mean,
you all.
it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing to know that we've got that sort of huge bedrock of kind of member support that kind of loves what we do, and you know, are kind of part of this kind of joint cause we have together. And it's really uplifting. Actually, it makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. I mean, we've watched all these live cams all weekend and seen loads of different birds visiting, and it feels like, you know, there's lots of birds around, but obviously the bigger picture, you know, looking at the last 40 years of Big Garden Birdwatch and other reports, you know, like Birds of Conservation Concern, you know, they're all showing quite alarming trends, aren't they, Becky?
Yeah. So I mean, I was just talking about this in an interview I did yesterday. Just, you know, I mean, the Birds of Conservation Concern, you know, that's the number of species that we've got on the red list, which is the most threatened list, you know, has doubled since we've been doing that Birds of Conservation Concern list, started back in '96. So, you know, in the last 25 years, basically, that number has doubled. And, you know, some really shocking species on there. I mean, we had swifts go on there for the first time in December. So you can really see some of our kind of migrant birds really kind of suffering from a kind of a whole series of factors now. And of course, the birds that kind of do really well in Big Garden Birdwatch. So, we're always kind of like sparrow #1, starling #2, but actually that belies that both those birds are on that red list, So even though it feels like we're still seeing a lot of them and they come top in the list, they've both suffered big declines over the period of time we've been doing Big Garden Birdwatch. So yeah, I mean, some species are doing well. So you can see a lovely goldfinch there in the middle. They're doing well, and I suspect they are benefiting from garden feeding. I suspect. And of course, there is then the kind of a whole sort of conversation about if there are some species that are benefiting from garden feeding, is that kind of causing problems for other species, for example, because they might be in a position where they're out competing. So there's all sorts of science going on around that at the moment, which is going to be really interesting to kind of follow, I think. But yeah, I mean, the overall picture is not good, and of course, you can also just kind of look at the birds and enjoy the birds in your garden, or from your balcony or in your local park, but that's part of a much bigger picture, and that we work in that bigger picture as well as kind of around our most common species too. Yeah, really important.
Yeah, and that kind of leads into one of the big things of the Sunday afternoon of Big Garden Birdwatch. This is the time that everybody submits their results, isn't it? Everybody's started to get their numbers in. We've had a lot of fun sort of doing it, but vital we get all those numbers coming in.
Yeah, definitely, because what it gives us, you see, is this broad snapshot of what's going on for these kind of most common birds, and it was Big Garden Birdwatch, I think, that first kind of alerted us to what was going on for song thrushes. So early on in the sort of 43-year period we've been doing Big Garden Birdwatch, song thrushes would be kind of easily in the top 10, doing really well. And I can remember as a kid, seeing lots of song thrushes around, but they're now kind of right down, at number 20. And I think it was Big Garden Birdwatch that first kind of flagged that kind of worrying decline that was going on for song thrushes. And if we can, once we've kind of churned through all the data, we usually issue the results around about April time. And that snapshot that it provides does go into kind of bigger surveys that we do on the state of our birds, and kind of it's one data source from a number of data sources that get combined to give us the most complete picture we can get of what's going on for our birds. And of course that's so important, because from that we can then either do further research and or do what we need to do to try and kind of make a difference.
Definitely, yeah. I mean that then leads into it's our job then to kind of get cracking and make some get that impact. And also I've got a shout out to Maria as well. Maria's just messaged to say she's joined the RSPB earlier today, so more and more people getting behind us to do even more work.
Thank you, Maria.
From what we're seeing. Oh, fantastic! It's great. I love the YouTube chat. I've been whenever I've had a free moment this afternoon between kind of working on the live cams and doing the presenting and stuff this morning, I've been jumping on and trying to chat to people as we've been doing it. It's built a real nice community around Big Garden Birdwatch, so really, really special. But yeah, I think we've only got, in fact, there's only 12 minutes left of Big Garden Birdwatch Live, so I think we've got to we've got to head off now and start to, there's so many, I'll tell you what, Becky, there's so many wires here. I've never seen so many wires in all my life. There's a lot going on here at Big Garden Birdwatch Live HQ. But we're going to leave our viewers in peace, I think, just for the last 10 minutes, and we'll hopefully get a flurry of birds to flying us out.
I just say, Luke, a massive thank you to everybody who has taken part, to everybody who's stuck with kind of, Big Garden Birdwatch Live and enjoyed that, and particularly everyone who's a member and can supports our work. Thank you so much. Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Brilliant, and thanks for joining us as well on Big Garden Birdwatch Live, Becky. And
pleasure, Luke.
Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Fantastic. Yeah, all right. Cheers. Bye.
No problem. Goodbye. So yeah, just for everybody else who's currently watching, we've only got 10 more minutes of Big Garden Birdwatch Live. From me and also Samuel, who was joining me this morning on the live stream. We've had an absolute blast. I've got a shout out to all the reserve teams, all of our nature reserve teams who've been setting up these cameras. We've also had Wesley Fagan sending us his fantastic camera from his garden. Chris Packham as well has kept that camera going for us
all weekend. Kate Mcrae as well has been phenomenal. She joined us this morning. She's let us use her cameras, and yeah, and of course the team here. You can't see what's going on behind the scenes, but there's been some amazing work gone into this year's Big Garden Birdwatch Live. So hope you've enjoyed it. But I'm going to leave you in peace just for the last 10 minutes. But it's been a blast. So get submitting those results, and we'll see you again next year.